Back for another stream build. Been taking a break. So yeah. It was Thanksgiving yesterday. Happy Thanksgiving in Canada. And unfortunately, there's not now another war in the other part of the world now. There was one, now there's two. It was an unfortunate thing that happened. Yeah, I promised myself I wouldn't play this game. What happened last time? Straight into my build. And I'm gonna keep doing that until the build is done. And then maybe on the start of the next build, I'll check out Track Central again, but I'll be more equipped this time so I won't get irritated. I do lose my patience a little bit with this program, even though I'm on a much better machine on the Xbox Series X. At the end of the day, what matters is the program being able to function correctly. I've just been playing video games on my other channel. It's been playing video games, that's all. I have no idea when where the start camera is going to appear yet. We got a save station. The graphics from 2 decades old console ain't that great. I went ahead and progressed. And we're gonna have one of those doors on. Finish line event here. I think this map's gonna be super easy. The last map was a little bit difficult because it had that combination lock, even though you didn't have to input the numbers correctly because this editor ain't that great. Any logic you string, any sort of code you put into it, the game is not optimized that well, so the script will break on itself. That's because whoever programmed this editor obviously made a mistake, a huge mistake, including the save feature of the game is also busted as well, where you auto-configure stuff and when you come out of the application and come back in, everything auto-resets. I don't know why, but it does. So things that were working before all of a sudden don't work, and then they work, and it's random. And when something's random, that's not very good. But at least I could make something, I guess you could say. Sometimes as the visuals can be nice, I also like the groundwork, the things that you don't see in the background, to work as well. Like all the scripting that I do. I want that to work as well. It's not just about looks and graphics. Everything has to matter as well. Also, the scripts have to work 100% as well. If they don't, then that's a huge problem with the editor. And that is a massive problem with the editor. Without a doubt. The fact that there are people that think that there's nothing wrong, it truly amazes me. Until it happens to them, right? Walls are smooth as can be. Archways are smooth. When it comes to the archways, I think we're done. Smoothness of the archways. That was the goal from the last episode, is to get all the archways smoothened out. Those cockroach camera angles over there, you really can't see what's going on half the time. You have an abandoned corridor. 3 sets of stairs. Stairs. Rusty decals and rust all over the walls and stuff to make it a little bit more realistic. Put a lot of dirt and everything, and cracks on the walls, and rust all over the walls and stuff. Even on the staircases. I think we're good when it comes to the overall look of this area. We have the default texture of the object, and we have added textures on top of the object. Only applying to the objects, of course. It's the beginning of the altar level. Bricks on the floor. Lights. Candle being animated left and right from the wind. And then our save station, which is optional. People don't have to save. But if they complain when they die and they have to start all over again, well, that's the player's fault. They should have saved. There's an option. You can either beat the whole map without dying and without saving, or you can save and have a save point. And then the item box grants you 99 ammo for any threat in the area. Ammunition. Probably not a good idea to talk about ammunition. What's going on the other side of the world right now? People always want to kill each other for racist, political. Makes no sense. Well, obviously people now want to kill the other side. You know, once you kill loved ones, that's a recipe for disaster. The moment, it's like in the last video, I got really upset because every time I use this program, it reminds me of what people done to me. People sending me death threats and stuff because I criticized the integrity of this game, which is not very good. As soon as you provoke something, don't get pissed off if the other side isn't happy with what you done. On the other side of the world, I guess a bunch of people launched a terrorist attack on another country because they were having skirmishes every so often, right? Maybe because of land, politics, religion, whatever not. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Maybe the Jewish people were bullying these people for decades on end. They just got fed up and they launched a major attack on them on their holiday because they don't like them. Maybe that was really the case. Maybe that's what really happened. But violence doesn't solve anything. Violence doesn't solve anything. It just makes it worse. It just makes everything worse. But I can't really say anything. Even when I'm angry, pissed off, if a program stops working, even though I don't resort to violence, I resort to some sort of a violent response as well. I think it's just based in our nature as human beings. Violent by nature. Say. I'm just going to make the map. Not gonna listen to any music or anything, just listen to the effects of the sounds. You're gonna hearing multiple different sounds. You're gonna be hearing the sounds of the separate panel and then the sounds of my game audio, which is like droplets of water and I'm gonna listen to that. Bye. Relax. Why put lights again in the tunnel? I'm probably not going to make them flashy lights. Because I'm concerned the people with seizures and stuff. So in my build, I'm just not going to put flashy lights. Again, on this channel, I'm going to do 2 more builds, and that's going to be I'm going to finish off this build, and then I'm going to make the Metroid build, right? Which is something that I started and I haven't finished. But it's going to be barricades in the bottom of multiple different angles. One here. We don't even have to, we just have. We're gonna add some lights, and then we're gonna have to delete the lights and add in our actual lights. Then we're gonna work on the cave formation now. So the main goal of this particular playthrough, or this, not playthrough, this main goal of this particular build is to finish the altar level, finish the last cave area, and then anything else is kind of like optional. We're gonna add the mansion. I'm not going to complete it or anything, I'm just gonna add my favorite areas. So this is going to be a metal door here. Walls. Build the walls all the way down. Here, we're gonna make this dark. You're gonna decrease the spot. Why? I don't understand. Problem is, it's one thing that I hate about these smoke effects is they reflect off the light. I don't know why. No way to like change that option. The one thing I don't like about this program too much is that the smoke effects are not very good. Because I like and I don't like it. Need. What? What? Yes. Yes. Giving that a save. Save as. Light bulb there. Yeah. Player character. How big is our player character? Character's about that size, right? I think we will fall through the holes. 100%. We're gonna have to put some sort of death barriers here. Or not death barriers, but invisible walls so we don't fall through. A little bit of fog. Okay, we need to increase fog value. We want to like increase, decrease. A little bit better. See a little bit of fog down there. It looks like it's like some sort of depth. I'm gonna increase the fog light there. Volume. Back to that gives us that little bit of depth. Okay. And then we got to do invisible walls. Sides, of course. In a way where it doesn't obstruct our player. Now we need a door code animation. I'm gonna hide this actual door. Probably bring the frame down a little bit. Scare all the children with that sneeze. Now we need to hide this part. Actually, we can delete. Can we? We can select it. I think they are called elevator lights. Delete the elevator lights. Keep that. Like you can put any sort of metal piece there. Something that's a bit more. I'll put one of these. This is gonna be the surface of the door. Let me change the color of it. I want it to be black. as well. Say ungroup. I just play the animation right now. I don't have to like walk all the way down here. Object properties 2 will be door itself. I don't want that. I don't think we need one for this. Just in case. I'll leave it there. Here we have a script for that. That's a more complicated script because it's a door handle that moves with the door. I think we just need to do lighting now. Why is it green? Hello? Why are we green? Yeah, now we're not green. This game has a bit of illumination. Particles. Why? Illuminating with the light. We're not green anymore. Have to, what is this? All the time. What? Yes.
Okay.
Or B. So I'm back. I was watching, while I was eating, I was watching something, right? Yeah, I was watching something and it was pretty intriguing. It was from someone named Eric Weinstein. Eric Weinstein. I think he's a physicist or something like that. And it was just like a little documentary piece and his insights about quantum physics, and he's saying that, you know, knowledge is power. Right, and he's saying that something about scaling a map, someone with paper maps and somebody with an iPad. Who's going to produce the better work? And obviously, in some sense, it's the person with the paperwork and the iPad. Because if you think about it, the iPad is connected through technology and power. And the paper is kind of infinite. So how some people say, I keep losing the signal, I can't connect to the internet, I don't know where the maps are at. Well, paper doesn't have to have signal or maps. It's almost like comparing old technology and replacing it with new technology and combining them together. If we live in a different world, which we actually don't, we live in a structured world with governments and leaders. Imagine living in a completely different society. A completely different atmosphere. How much we can accomplish as a human being. Like, it's just crazy to me that there are certain people who cannot, that old saying, think outside the box, and come up with better solutions. You know? At the end of the day, we're human beings, of course, right? We all got our problems, we have to deal with conflict and all this other nonsense. And then we get mental health problems because of it. And then it makes us depressed, we go to drugs, we go to porn, we go to this, we go to everything. And we get tricked, we think it's going to make us feel better, and then it's ultimately just going to make us more lazier by the minute. On my own time, I like to play this motorcycle game called Trials Fusion. Not a lot of people play it because I think the game is old. Usually old games are usually dead. But I don't like to think of games as old and new, obviously. A game has to serve its purpose, of course. Like when I start to make my own games, I'm going to make a game that serves a purpose, obviously. Obviously, if you play it over and over again, it's going to get boring, right? But if the game has a specific skill trait to it, something that's odd about it, why do you think I'm remaking these games, these old games? Because I feel something intrigued by it. It's a game that was made a long time ago that's unique, and I just wanted to have a different perspective on it. So obviously what I'm doing is I'm just pretty much acting upon the emotion of nostalgia. Something that I grew up with, something that inspires me. And I'm remaking it to, I guess, create a new chemical in my brain to make myself feel better. But at the same time, I'm live streaming it for the viewer, so they get some sort of enjoyment in knowing how to do it. And yes, I'm using a very prehistoric program, but in essence, it's a prehistoric program, but at the same time, it's a different kind of program. If you just use one program all your life, you're not going to know everything. You got to use multiple programs, which I have done, and you're smarter because you have different layouts if you work with one coding language, you're not going to know everything. You got to work with multiple coding languages, combine them together, and see what that does. I think that's just evolution, really, if you think about it. You know, at the end of the day, I believe in God. I was born Catholic. Other people could be born Buddhist. They could be born Christian. They could be born Muslim. They can be born whatever, right? It's having the notion to know what is right and what is wrong. Having the notion to what is better for you versus what you want. You know, at the end of the day, this program that I'm using is just an editor made by some companies, sponsored by Ubisoft, which is a multi-billion-dollar corporation. You know, it's just quite sad of the world we live in. We're so surrounded by politics. Like, just might be taking a break and looking at a physicist's commentary. I can start brainstorming ideas. Imagine if people actually got together and actually start brainstorming ideas to make the world a better place instead of caring about money and their own self-interests. Our world would be a so much better place, but we don't want to do any of that. You know, and then I'm also struggling with a health problem. I cannot eat fruits or vegetables for whatever reason. The wiring in my brain decided to do that. I went to many doctors. They can't figure it out. So obviously there's a problem now. There's a problem that is probably super easy solution, but the doctors can't figure it out. Maybe the doctors are all biased. They all think in one specific way, or maybe I'm wrong and I'm being ignorant, and they all have their own specifications and traits, right? On how to solve medical problems. I'm guessing, because it defeats the whole purpose of evolution, if that's the case. So I decided to be my own doctor, because it's my own body, of course, right? And I decided to take something called Boost. Now, I'm not saying you should take it. You should talk to your doctor, because... or you should feel what's right for you. But I don't want to say this sort of thing, because if I tell somebody to take Boost and they die from it, then it was kind of my fault. You know what I mean? So you got to evaluate your health situation. In my health situation, this is good for what I take, but maybe this is not good for what I take. Maybe I can study the ingredients, figure out the chemistry that's composed of these ingredients, and make this myself. Because this is consumer grade, and maybe there are things that are added in here probably not beneficial to my health. If I make this by myself, I can probably cut back on the sugar and cut back on the other nutrients that are there. But why do people resort to this? Because a company makes it, they promote it, and I'm hopefully that it's safely tested for humans to use, so I consume it. But if it's a lie, then I'm going to keep consuming this, and then I'm going to eventually get some sort of disease or cancer down in my life. And it ain't my fault, but at the end of the day, taking responsibility and initiative for what you do matters. Goes a long way. Yeah, I don't know. I was watching a documentary by Eric Weinstein, and there's also another guy that I watch called Brett Weinstein, which is I don't know if he's a virologist or I guess he's just another scientist as well, right? And it's good to listen to the scientists, but it's also not good to listen to them too, because some of them are ignorant as well, but that's why we gotta like break off of that ignorance, you know? Obviously, people keep thinking that like I keep making stuff in trials, but like no, that's false. I started in Halo Then I moved to, and then I tried Unreal, I tried Unity, I tried Blender, I tried a variety of different things, right, to see what was best. And then I just moved to Trials, right? And then because of Trials, I went back to Unity and Unreal. And I'm having a dilemma, which one is better, Unity or Unreal? But then Unity screwed themselves by doing a horrible business practice. Now I don't trust them. And by doing more and more research, I feel like people cling to engines, they cling to programs. At the end of the day, people keep thinking that they have like this notion in their mind that they're saying that I'm always going to keep using this program. I'm like, that's false. That's false. Like people like to antagonize others by saying you'll never change, you'll always be doing the same things. And that is the trap we fall ourselves into, and that ultimately ends the friendship immediately. The moment you start assuming people act a certain way and you keep on antagonizing them about it, that's when your friendship is over. It's game over. You know, because now the other person's treating you like shit because you didn't want to do the thing that they want you to do, even though it's completely optional. It's not something you have to do. At the end of the day, what I'm doing is all if you want to do it. You don't have to do it. That's only if you want to do it. It's a passion for a reason. You know, it's not like a sinful or a bad thing to do, like a bad passion where I'm harming others and others are harming it. So obviously this program that I'm using ain't the best, and from the previous videos I've gotten agitated and irritated by probably swearing or getting angry and getting upset. That's pretty much ruining my health. Probably calling the game cancerous, which it can be if you think about it. You know, it's always healthy to play something that's inspiring and something that's for you. But problem is we have this thing, I don't know if it's egocentric, but we have this thing where people, if you don't play the certain game that everyone is playing, then you're not part of the cool kids club or whatever. That's like a very primitive way of, a groupie way of, like, it's just a really stupid way of getting people to do things. It's a very tribalistic, prehistoric way of doing things. Like, I think people should be entitled to whatever they want to play and whatever makes them a better person, because at the end of the day, video games, the prime thing of a video game was for your mind, so you can train your mind. That's the whole reason why a video game was made. Everything else with visuals and graphics, all of that is meaningless. The point of an actual game is you have a Rubik's Cube. How fast can I solve it? Can I solve it? On different ways can I solve it? It's just that notion of true skill will always prevail. And people don't want to see that notion. You know, it's all about, oh, I'm too crap at this game, so I'm going to buy everything with microtransactions. You defeat the whole purpose of what a game actually is. Remember, our brain is a muscle. When I play something, and I keep playing it over and over and over and over again, you're going to see progress, and eventually, you're going to complete the stage or level that you couldn't beat for days or months or hours. And then you're going to be like, okay, how can I master this? Maybe I should do it with less deaths. Maybe I should do it in a faster time. And then you start competing for world record. And then the world record is behind you. Now you're competing for the best possible time. You don't even care about the world record anymore. You just want the best time. You already beat the world record. You just want the best time that you want to do. And that's what I used to do back then in gaming when I used to play these games. Like, I got the world record, well, but the world record's not good enough. I want it to be better. And you don't have to chase that. And people say that's a waste of time, but I think it's just the training for your mind and how much patience you have. Because I'm playing this other game called Trials Fusion, and I'm up to like a ninja level 5, and I'm going up to facing ninja level 6s, right? And I'm gonna push myself all the way to a ninja level 8 and maybe beyond that. And as I play the level and watch other people play, and I'm intrigued and want to learn, I'm just making myself smarter. I'm making myself more patient. I'm just training myself to do, not to be lazy, and just want to chase after things that it just builds more confidence within yourself. Because the average person, all they do is watch TV all day. Like, they do nothing. Like, I'm over here making art projects. You know, some people like to play video games, some people like to do this, but I play video games and I make video games and I make art projects. I even draw, I even sing, I even make music. Like, I do a variety of different things. I understand it's hard because you have to work and everything, but I'm saying if life was a bit different, if life wasn't so enslaved in this whole thing with, then our world would be a totally, completely different place. You know? Because at the end of the day, if you really think about it, money doesn't really matter. Like, if one day there was a disaster and money didn't matter, the only thing that matters is food and water. Medicine. Having a place to stay, the fundamental things that actually provide life. You know, people just slap money onto a thing so people can do it because people are not lazy. But eventually, I still have to clean my room. I still have to take a shower. You know, I still have to clean myself. I still have to do chores like take out the garbage or whatever. I don't get paid for that. Those are just basic necessities. It's just like the fact that people actually have to do that. It's almost like if we lived in a different type of world where it's all about responsibilities versus consequences, because basically that's the world that we live in. Like, if we don't take out the trash, it's gonna stink. If I don't take a shower, I'm gonna stink. If I don't clean myself, I don't change my clothes, I'm gonna stink. It's... I don't understand. After watching that documentary, it just opens doors in your mind. Why people are not answering and opening these doors. No? I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense. Instead, what we do is we pick fights among each other. So people pick fights with me and then I fight back. What is that going to accomplish? Nothing. 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 And people don't seem to understand that. I don't know why. Like, I even make that mistake too. Vengeance is such a powerful feeling. Such a powerful feeling. If somebody goes and hurts your family, what's the first thing you're gonna think about? You want to kill that son of a bitch. That's the first thing that comes to your mind. Unfortunately, this is just how our world is, and including in school, like the kids, you know, I wonder why they're fighting, maybe because their parents were fighting at home. So they'd be like, monkey see, monkey do, I'm gonna fight, because my parents were doing it. And then the cycle of violence never stops. So this is like this war in Israel. where obviously they were fighting for months on end, but like I'm talking about normal stuff. And then they'll be like, well, fuck these guys. We're just gonna kill them. We hate their religion. We hate them because we're fucking racist. And then they launched like thousands of rockets. And for whatever reason, the Israelis were off guard because they were celebrating their Jewish holiday. And they got fucked. And a lot of people died. And now, you know what they do? They're doing the same thing as what the enemy did to them. They're killing them. And then you're thinking to yourselves, how was that right? It's that whole notion of vengeance. Like, what is the point of exercising the type of violence someone did to you? Obviously, you want retaliation, all of that stuff, but sometimes, is that the right thing to do? Is that the right thing to do? To go and kill somebody else? Yes, what they did was bad. What they did was horrible. But I think we gotta, as a human species, we gotta do something else. I think we gotta, like, really stop the violence, really. Like, we have 2 raging wars in the world for absolute fucking nonsense. Just crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Yeah, well, that's a good thing. And then there are some people who are not happy with my commentary. I'm like, bruh. When somebody's advocating not for violence, you get pissed off because of that. And again, it's just our world. Our world is such a fucked up place. Like people think that I'm a crazy person for talking about these issues, and then another war happens, inciting the same type of violence. Was I wrong? Was I wrong? I'll never understand. I will never understand certain people. They get pissed off at me because I keep talking about it. But, well, no shit, I keep talking about it. Because it keeps happening. I don't know, man. I just feel it a little bit more. Certain people. We gotta change the fog again because the lighting's been changed. We don't have. I know, it's just crazy to me how people are so violent. I mean, I'm the same way, so like we're just violent human beings, and this war pretty much just shows it. We're like ticking time bombs, all of us. Well, not all of us, but a good majority of us. You know, and then we have children. You know, I think if they just had a child saying, "Bring peace, stop the war," I think people would just stop the war. But I guess people just. There's also people that are heartless. They just don't care. You know. I don't know how. I don't know how you would not care when there's a child saying, "Stop, stop, bring peace." Just, it drives me insane. When people won't listen, though, you'll tell them to stop and they won't. They'll just continue. And you have that notion as well, but I'm hoping people would stop, though. I'm not gonna be egocentric and saying that people won't stop. Obviously, people will stop. Some people won't, but some people will. Just don't be that guy who doesn't stop, and then somebody has to kill you to make it stop. Because they told you to stop, and you didn't want to stop. The violence and the bloodshed. And what's going on in Israel is pretty fucked up, and I get to swear all I want because the fucked up situation over there. People are dying for no reason over religious differences, probably land, probably maybe some sort of bullying that was going on there. People think that I'm the crazy guy, always talking shit, but when bad things actually happen, you know, I guess Zane was right. Don't understand. What am I gonna do here? I was gonna do cameras. Yeah, it's interesting that I have to save as. There are some people that still save over. It's crazy. There are people in who use Trials Rising that still save over. It blows my mind. And they've lost maps before, and they acknowledge that I saved over my maps and I've lost them, and they still use the same thing over and over and over again. That's what kind of is that considered stupidity, or is that like is that stupidity done on purpose, or like what's going on there? Like, that's the whole reason why I kind of got upset last time with the whole Trials community, because they attacked me because I was just trying to say that their game fucking sucks. And you know what they did is just death threats, constant bombardments, false accusations, all they can do to make me go away. And yeah, I did run away, but I'll never come back. You know, how do you forgive people like that? It's just, but I'm not gonna obviously do violence against them. You know, it's just kind of annoying how people are so quick to judge. You know, it's crazy to me. Like, I have so much proof. Even the proof. The game's dead for a reason. Obviously, it doesn't matter how bad a game is. It's going to have its own community, its own group of fanboys and everything, me included. But, like, eventually. It's just, it drives me insane when people just continue to do the same. It's like me, if I decided to like say, I'm just gonna oversave, and then I complain that I lost my map. That's my own fault. Because I knew this function didn't work, and I decided to use the function anyway. That to me, that doesn't make any sense to me. And I've lost a lot of friends because I've told the truth. I said, your program is dog shit. I still like it. It's still a valuable program, but it has a lot of problems. And people just can't handle that. I'm like, I have lost 5 creations. The average person would have left long time ago and never came back. But I'm still here because I have a passion for this program. I have passion. Passion. And people just don't want to fucking acknowledge that. Just so egocentric and narcissism, all of that is just crazy to me. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Now, I love making stuff. I like making artwork, but I also like to offer some sort of criticism because I'm using the program to develop my art projects. I'm using the program to develop other people. They use this program to develop their tracks or whatever the fuck they do. You know what I mean? And I do support it. It's just like this egocentric type of mentality just divides people, divides communities completely. It's so ridiculous. Like, I don't know why. Like, at the end of the day, I'm making what I want to make, you know? And it's like some people just can't handle the fact that I'm doing something that's different. Like, it's crazy to me. It's crazy. But they could do their things, though. They can do their stages how they please. But when it comes to somebody else's work, that's a problem. I think that's more of a personal problem for that individual to make those claims. And then they get mad at me because I express an opinion. Come on now. Come on now. I think that's the thing that drives me insane. Even working with a company, which I've worked with before in video games, it's almost impossible to work with a company if they're not all on the same page on certain aspects of within your project. That company's gonna fall apart. And it has fell apart. You know, addressing criticisms, fair criticisms, not like harsh and rude criticisms. Like just basic concepts and criticisms on how to make the project better, maybe run better, you know, how to make something just better, more ideas, more creativity, stuff like that. But the people behind this program weren't operating in those instances. They just all cared about money. They cared about not fixing the problems, and they just left it broken. And that to me just makes me go the wrong way and be like, what the fuck, dude? And then the players like us, we have to suffer because the program wasn't built correctly. And then people get pissed off at me because I don't shut up about it. Well, you know what? Maybe if the program was fixed, I probably would shut up about it. But that's not the case, is it? And that's the thing that drives me insane the most is people, you know, when they try to get upset with you and they say that they don't care, don't give a shit about you. And then when I have an actual logical conversation about it, they just want to leave because I'm winning the argument. It's all about winning the argument nowadays. It's not about doing a conversation on what makes the product better at the end of the day. It's such a egocentric mentality that people have. It's all about like Twitter and all this. It's all about opinions, and people agree with their opinions and people don't agree with their opinions. That fucking opinion doesn't fucking matter at the end of the day. What matters is the product good? Is your life good? Is the relationships good? Is the community good? Are we not killing each other because we can't agree on anything? The war in Israel is just a wake-up call that we are fucking stupid as human beings. We can't agree on anything. We cannot do anything until we say, okay, let's change. Let's make the world a better place. Let's make artwork. Let's make music. Let's be happy. And there's a lot of people that are doing it, but they're also being attacked for spreading love and support. I'm being attacked. You don't see it, but I get comments all the time. Negative, extremely negative comments. And I think it just pisses me off, you know, that people are just that stupid. Because I think just being evil in general is just stupid. Like, you gotta be stupid to be that way. So, that's how it is. And sometimes I'm stupid too. Sometimes I get angry and I lose my patience. Because I know something is not correctly programmed, and I think it works a different way. It's like using the same program, accepting different results. And I know it's broken, and I think it's going to be different every time. So, it's that thing as well, because I have patience. And I don't want to let my heart become hardened over time because people are stupid. You know, if you think I'm crazy, unfollow. Simple as that. But at the end of the day, I know it's not the right video for it, but it gets me upset when people, even in this particular community and program, which I've said in the past, you know, at the end of the day, I'm going to have my streams. I'm going to have my streams. Whether they're entertaining to watch or problematic to watch. I'm going to have my streams. I'm going to be building. I'm going to be doing what I can. But at this point in time, if people look back at the video, there was a massacre in Israel. People were dying. People are dead. They're fucking chopping people's heads off on video, including children. It's a fucking disaster. Fucking disaster. And no one should ever suffer like that. Did I put any cameras here, actually? I don't think I put any cameras in here, did I? I want to see. I did put cameras here. Just gotta put cameras in the bottom. I just don't understand. I'm glad that I watched that Eric Weinstein video, because it really just opens doors. It really opens doors, really. How as human species how stupid we can actually be. It doesn't make any sense. And I'm sorry, but any idiot would disagree with my my opinion here. I know that sounds like it defeats the whole purpose of what I'm saying, but I'm kind of done with the violence, really. Because I don't go around and do violence, you know. I'll do like a criticism here and there, but apparently that's hate speech now. So. And I hate when people that lie. I think there was this guy, I don't know what his name was. I don't know what a guy said that he wanted to try out one of his tracks, that it was like a low level ninja difficulty or whatever, and then it wasn't. That to me is like a straight up lie to my face. So imagine going to somebody's game live stream, let's just say, tell you to check out their track, and say that it's a lower level than it actually is, which is already a lie, first of all. And then you're struggling with it, and then they're saying, bro, this is a fucking easy level. I thought you were a high-level player. And then you release videos on higher-leveled stages already. So he already knows that you can pass higher-leveled stuff. But I can't pass your stage, because I just started playing it. That, to me, is another egocentric mentality right there. I'm not going to name any names here, but the Trials community is full of those people. Full of those people. Now I'm wondering why the community's so empty and dead, because they don't give room for other players to come in. It's like another egocentric mentality where you have to be part of their buttfuck group or can't play their game. Like, how the hell does that make sense? Is beyond me. Wouldn't you want more people to play your game to create an actual community? It's like these people just want a very tiny community and don't even expand, and then they get annoyed because they don't get enough views. I'm like, well, that's why. That is 100% why. Like, and people complain that I have so many subscribers on my YouTube channel. You know why I have so many subscribers? Because I don't play just one game. I play lots of games. That's why I have so many subscribers. I expand and I broaden my views to other games. That's why. And yes, I'm having a problem with YouTube as well, and that's usually a mechanical problem, because I've made a video that I'm having a mechanical problem. It doesn't matter how many. I know a guy called Eli, the computer guy, who has 1 million subscribers, but he only gets 500 views per video, and he makes computers. He actually writes codes and does all of that stuff, like complex stuff that nobody, I would say that 95% of the people that don't know how to do. And he gets no views on the video because they're either he's being suppressed or shadow banned. There's something algorithmic going on. And the same thing's happening with my channel. Like on my Saints Custom Designs, I get more views with my 50 subscribers than on my channel that has 7,000. That doesn't add up. The math doesn't add up. And the reason why is because there's something going on. I don't know what's going on. I'm a gaming channel for all reasons. I don't express any political or any of those views or anything like that, because I don't give a shit about that. I just don't. I think it's maybe because I watch political videos. I think it's because even though it's all private, I think it's because I'm watching political things, trying to understand the political sphere and how fucking stupid it is and how divided it is. I think just understanding that sort of notion is it's what got me shadow banned, I think. I don't know what other conclusion it is, and I think it's the same thing for him. Maybe if Eli is subscribing to political and understanding the political sphere, even though it's completely private, I feel like that's getting people's channels banned. That's the only ultimate conclusion I can think of at the end of the day. Why else? Unless it's a fucking horrible system where certain channels are affected and certain channels aren't. Because I've been seeing that as well, where there are channels that are super successful and they have almost no subscribers and no view, and they have super high view counts. It's like, is this fabricated? What's going on here? Is this done on purpose? Is this a mechanical issue? You start to really answer these questions. I'm like, this doesn't add up. The math. I trust math. Math is good. The math doesn't add up. Like, the math doesn't add up. If somebody has 1 million subscribers and they're only getting 500 views per video, how the hell does that make sense? Did all the 1 million of his subscribers die overnight? Did they die? Are they dead? Or is there some sort of communication cutoff or block off? Which seems to be, is it nefarious? Is it criminal? Or is it an accident? We'll never know, because I don't run YouTube. I can't see the YouTube's code. I have no idea what's going on. You know, and then people are always attacking YouTube because maybe even YouTube doesn't even know. Maybe this is all by accident, or maybe it's intentional. It's hard to tell. You know, it's just crazy. And then a company that size should have, makes billions of dollars. Like, just stuff. This stuff doesn't add up. It doesn't make any sense to me. Just because I have morals and ethics doesn't mean that another person does or another company does. So if it doesn't make any sense to you, you'll never understand why. It's just how it is, and you'll try to make people understand, and they'll think that you're like being political or being different in some sort of way, or trying to start drama when you're just trying to ask a question. Why? Why am I being shadow banned? Why is other people being shadow banned? The math doesn't add up. Because math actually works. And then people start to be disengaged. When you shadow ban someone like that, it doesn't, people don't have enough motivation to do what they want to do. So for me, I love what I do. If I get 0 views, I'm still going to do it. I've been doing it for 15 years. You understand? When I decided to make a YouTube channel, I just wanted to make videos. Because I loved making videos. That's it. You know? And I hate how certain egocentric people just say to be like, oh, I want to be a YouTuber. And other people are like, cringe. When they are actually YouTubers themselves. It doesn't make any sense to me. Like, aren't you supposed to incentivize people to be what they want to be? But then you're like, it just blows my mind how, as human beings, we could just be like that. Blows my mind. Blows my mind, dude. It's crazy, actually. Blows my mind. At the end of the day, if I was working with a team on this project that I'm doing right now, it would be up to the team. It would be up to me. It would be up to the entire team what's going to happen. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? But since this is my own project, I'm developing it. It's up to me at the end of the day. You know what I mean? Obviously, a lot of people have expressed criticism and all that, and I've built all the code to help people's criticisms, but there's people who are going to give me even more criticism. You should do it like this or do it like this. And I'd be like, well, you know what? I don't have to listen to your criticism. I can just do what I can and what I can, because I'm already limited already. Right, so I'm going to do what I can, and if you don't like that, maybe this game that I'm building is not for you. And that's what I'm going to say. Regardless if I lose sales or not, that's... People just have to make a sacrifice. You know, I'm making a character move around in a 3D level where you can collect items based off Resident Evil, because that's basically where I'm basing my level concept from. This level may not be for everybody, and I understand that. I'm not going to be offended by that, because at the end of the day, I'm doing what I want to do and what I'm building, and which I have every right to, because it's my project. You can give criticisms on what to change and how to make something better, but at the end of the day, it is still my project, and I can refuse your criticism or use your criticism. But there are some people in the community, especially in this sort of trials community, this particular community, that can't handle the fact that you chose not to listen to their criticism. And that's my problem. You know, you can provide criticism, and if somebody doesn't listen to it, don't fight with that person because of it. And that's what I've exactly experienced here. And maybe when I should have released my video, instead of getting upset, I should have delivered the speech with crucial points. But there are other idiots that will fucking be offended at that, just by logical conversations. Because people are stupid. Like, it's crazy that we arrived in a situation where you explain what people are doing are wrong, you try to make them understandable and better, and people don't want to do that. people don't want to change, even though you're offering them criticism on how to change. You know, people have told me criticism on how to change, and I've listened to that criticism. You know? The Trials community treated me like shit. You know what I did? I left the Trials community. I'll never be part of the community again. I have lost trust. Simple as that, right? And now I'm not there anymore. Well, I wonder where Sane went. Maybe because we pissed him off? People can be happy with my commentary or be not happy with it. I've been doing this for too long, you know, and people are gonna come up to me in real life and say, what the fuck are you saying all that shit for? And be like, hey, I need to say what I need to say at the end of the day. But people are not happy with my commentary. I don't know what else to say. Oh, if I'm over here saying, please don't fight, please just do peace, and people are not happy with that, there's a severe problem with that. I have a severe problem with that immediately. Because of me recording this video right now, there's been a war in Ukraine and people have died, as I said it again for the 50 billionth time. And while I'm building, I actually have a heart and empathy for people like that. Because now those people are not here anymore because of violence. Is it fair to lose your life over that? No, it's not. But that's the world we live in, unfortunately. And then on both sides, like, it just depresses me seeing that footage where there's just like children being slaughtered, lambs to the slaughter, because of two political factions that don't agree with each other. It's just crazy to me how we live in a world like that. And I'm over here on the other side of the world making a video game, and apparently that's already problematic. Can you imagine? I'm making a video game, right? And that's problematic. Let that one sink in. To me, that doesn't make any sense. And me criticizing a product with my words, with my words, is problematic. Yeah, I probably shouldn't be a little bit rude, but when you lose 5 creations in a row, the rudeness kind of comes out of you a little bit. You know? And maybe that's my mistake. Right? But at the end of the day, when you're so generous, trying to offer people support and help, and then they just treat you like shit, you know, at the end of the day, it just makes you question things, you know? I'm just tired of people treating me like shit when all I'm doing is making some artwork, making a level for people to enjoy. Obviously, if it was broken as all hell and it was an absolute torture fest to go through, I get it. But remember, we're playing a broken game already. That last caves creation that I did, apparently people said it was broken. When I played it, it wasn't broken. Is it my fault? No, it's not my fault. That is a problem that's out of my control, unfortunately. Because I already told you that this program is broken and it's random. So meaning that it will work well for me, but then it will work terrible for somebody else. That's out of my control. If I make a video game that works well for me and everyone else experiences problems, I'm going to be confused. Like, is it me? Or is it the program that I was using? Because if it's the program that I was using that's bad, then it doesn't matter if I made the game. Because the program sucks. You know? The same thing. It's the same thing. And people never seem to understand it. I always want to blame the track creator. Even when I get upset in certain tracks where there's something really bad, right? Even in Trials Fusion, when I was playing this track where I said the last checkpoint was dog shit because the whole track was such a beautiful, well-made track, and then you have like an inconsistent luck-based obstacle at the end that makes no sense. And I'm not the only one suffering. If you look at the leaderboards, there are even people way better than me that struggled. That just tells you that it's not that good. And people are going to get upset because they died hundreds of times and be like, I'm better than this. It's not because you suck at that obstacle. It's because it's so inconsistent that that it's just bad. It's just terrible. You know, sometimes when you create stuff, even for a video game, if you create something that's hard, make sure it's consistent. Don't make it just hard. Make sure it's consistent. Because if it's just hard and it's inconsistent, people are going to get upset at you. Right? And I've done that in the past as well, where I've made stuff that was inconsistent because I was too lazy to test it. So. And then also, don't make it to where, I don't know, man. And then there's also certain people who want to lie about completing stages. Then I go complete the stage by myself and I'm like, okay, you lied about completing this stage, but then I beat it, even though it took me months, and now it's easy. It blows my mind the extent people will go to with certain things. Lying, cheating, so many things I discussed about this video. So many things. So now we have invisible walls. So we can't fall through the cracks. Oh no. Okay, and now we're gonna also create a different type of event here. We're gonna create a trigger box here. I'm gonna create. I keep saying we because I think it's a let's play. On my main channel, I'm actually gonna start playing some games coming out soon. There's gonna get a game coming out on Halloween called Alan Wake 2. It's it's not the best game. It's a horror game. You kill demons and monsters with a flashlight and a gun, right? It's the game that I'll be playing. Ain't probably the best game for everybody, but hopefully that game's good. I'm not sure. It's a sequel to a very good game called Alan Wake. I mean, it's a very good game, but the story is very confusing, to be honest. I think I gave the whole game an 8 out of 10, which is a pretty solid mark for a game, including the DLC and everything. The game has a very good game, but the problem is the story is extremely confusing. And maybe the part 2 will raise those gaps, or answer some of those questions as the player. Why the story was so confusing to begin with. Yeah, so this is a trigger box that I'm putting down. Right, and the trigger box is going to trigger a sound effect within the box. It's going to have not disabled after hit, and the player instance is going to instant the box. So when the player touches the box, the sound's going to play. When the player leaves the box, the sound is going to shut off. It's a 3D sound playing a certain area. My game character is not there anymore. It's down on the bottom. It's highlighted blue, means I selected the target. Now in this game I can hide the box but I want to hide it immediately because I feel and here's another criticism for this game. I'll give it in the original game Trial two games ago, Trials Evolution. The trigger boxes were there was a transparent option for the boxes, so meaning you can adjust the transparency. In this one, there's no transparency, and I think that's a terrible thing about the game. It's like certain features where you shouldn't take out. This is why I always say it's better just to make your own programs, you know, because if you don't make your own programs, you're in the hands of the person who creates it, and they can just make modifications to your program that you don't like. Oh. So we're in, okay, so we're not going to do that yet. But I got to remember that this is the size script. So any size script I can do, I can follow off this so I don't create too many impulses. As for me, I don't really care. Trials Rising is a prehistoric program. This map is going to run well for me because I'm on an Xbox Series X, a high-tier $800 machine. You know what I mean? And anyone who's on a 3,000 plus price tag computer rig is going to have experienced no problems with this build that I'm doing. But anyone lower than that is going to experience lag. And unfortunately, it's out of my problem. If you experience lag with my maps, I can't help you. It's either you upgrade or you don't play it, because I'm not going to dumb down my specifications. If it runs well for me, then that's for me. You know what I mean? If I was making a professional video game and I ported it to the older consoles, then that's on me, meaning that I have to dumb it down for you guys. But since this is not my game, I'm just using an editor, I shouldn't have to dumb down my work so other people can experience it. You know, I feel like that's a developer problem, not a track creator problem. Because at the end of the day, I'm making a track, I'm making a map for a video game editor program, you know? So, I feel like that's the thing that I hate the most, is when somebody's track is not running properly. I feel like that's a developer issue. You know what I mean? Obviously, if I was lagging, then I would fix it because I'm experiencing the problem, of course, right? But if I'm not experiencing anything and it runs like shit for somebody else, that's kind of out of my control. And I shouldn't be held responsible for that. And that's one thing that I hated about this community too, is that they're too quick to judge. They're too quick to blame others. 1754. So the trigger will be 1754. We got the triggers on hit and on leave. We already got reverb. We need a sound effect that's probably looping. We can put it on static 2D, which is 3D audio. We probably want wood. Not on. So we're gonna hear that while we're on the wood surfaces. Add an extra audio enhancement to the map. So we have the cave sounds, which you hear in your speakers, right? Left and right audio interface, so it's 3D audio, so you hear it, doesn't matter where you are on the map. So within that vicinity of that particular level, you're going to hear the creaking wood sounds, which is supposed to transmit from you're on the wood, so you're making creak wood sounds. And then you also hear this part, the cave 1 and cave 2 sounds, which is the main overall sound for the entire level. See, a lot of track creators don't even take the time to make good sound effects for their tracks, which drive me insane. and then they complain that they get dislikes. I'm like, you have to make sure that your audio is right, get your reverb right, get your visual effects right, get every element and aspect of your level working correctly. Okay, what is this that's off? I think this is the box. We don't have to touch this. This is for the item box. Just asking more logical questions about the map, you know? It's just getting a little bit of answers. So like asking a question to yourself and then answering yourself might seem a bit crazy. But when it comes to making a map, when you're making it by yourself, not with really a team, you can start getting a little bit more logical things playing through your map. Why I am not activating this trigger? Why is this not happening? Well, it's maybe because this parameter wasn't set to this parameter, and that's why it's not happening. So that's what's going to be. So our fog, I think our fog is nice. Our lights are above the fog because the fog has reflective properties for whatever reason. I'm not really the big fan of the fog because the fog is a little bit white. And here it's a bit more gray. But again, I'm using a very prehistoric program, so I'm not expecting all too much from this program, to be honest. I was using a more professional program. I get to adjust the exact property of my color sphere of my lights. I can put a little bit more gray or a little bit of more dark grays in areas that I wanted to do versus, so you get a little bit more quality. Certain builds. That's just how it is. That's how it is. Trying to remake a 2-decade-old game. I think it is a 2-decade-old game. This is a game on your right-hand corner of the screen. What I'm remaking, came out 25 years ago. It's almost a 3-decade game, right? And look at the quality of the candles already. Yeah, you see the quality of the candles. I changed screens. The candles are really, really, really good there, you see? Because somebody took the time to model those candles and those lights. Even though they're moving the exact same positions. Do you see that? Because maybe they encountered a memory issue. Right? So as a designer, if somebody actually cared about the quality management of this particular game, these animations for the different candles will be different because lights don't move in the same orientation and movement. You want different types of movements, but since this game was made 25 years ago, then maybe it would be a bit harder. We don't even know what program they used to make this particular thing move. Maybe it was a bit tedious and we don't have any grasp of the notion of how complicated the program was. The program that I'm using 2 decades later is still prehistoric, but it's still a little bit better when it comes to movements than this whatever program Capcom used over here back in the old days. Because remember, back in the old games, the memory was drastically decreased, right? So that's why every time you opened the door, you had like you had a movie, an animated movie, because you were loading different loading zones within the game. And maybe the reason why you had fixed camera angles, maybe because you can render textures better within the level, right? And you can probably make it more realistic, because back then these were the only games that are doing this sort of thing. So it's almost like a trick that they were doing to maximize their memory performance, right? So sometimes you always got to factor in the time, the technology as at hand. But I mean, maybe we didn't have the technology, or maybe we're not smart enough 25 years ago. Maybe someone be like, okay, candles, maybe we should have different animations at different times to make the candles more realistic in their movements, instead of having the same swaying animation. But compared to my program, this is masterpiece quality. You know what I'm saying? Compared to what I'm trying to do. Because, you know, this is more professional, even though this is not, but at the same time, this is newer. You know, it's just, I'm just trying to diagnose the differences between one to another. Those are the questions that you have to ask. It all applies at the end of the day. You think I'm crazy? Don't think I'm crazy, but I'm asking questions. You know, and the questions are, I've probably already answered it. Oh. So right here, I have a cave. A cave structure. Now I have to understand, okay, is my ceiling doing okay? So if I go up to my ceiling, I gotta make sure my ceiling doesn't have any potholes. This is called testing your level. You're in 3D space. I've just created a cave formation. Is my cave formation exact? As I'm someone who's creating the level, has to be aware of all these things, you know? I'm making a cave. Right, even on my last build, in my last cave build, notice how this cave is green, right? I forgot to decal one area, so now one area is green and the rest of it is black. That's my fault. Or maybe there was a gap in between the wall like this, and I didn't see it, so now there's a gap in the wall. So when it comes to somebody rating my map, they're going to decrease the rating because I forgot a part in the wall, and I forgot a texture in the wall. So you always got to test, and sometimes you also got to have an extra pair of eyes to see what is going on, because you're gonna miss stuff. You're gonna miss like this. Sometimes the small little details, right? You're like, it's okay to miss small details. That's fine. It's not the end of the world. Who cares if a color was off? What matters is the core functionality of your game that works. And the problem with Trials Rising is the core functionality of the game is compromised. And that's where you lost most of the players, including myself. Right? So you cannot have stuff like that. That's a big, big no-no right there. So after we do the cave area, we have to color the cave black with a black texture. To fill in the gap here. And over here, we're gonna hide this stuff. We have like something here, but if we go on the other side, there's nothing there. And then we also have this right here. We gotta take this, we gotta move it out of the way a little bit. See, that's a bit of a problem now, because now we're merging platforms a little bit, right, with each other. It's a little bit better, actually. And I gotta take this cave structure and move it over here. Now we have a more built-in cave structure. Now we got to check the other side. See, now the other side, we have a problem. 3D space. So now we have to adjust based on the 3D space. Like that. Now when I go to the other side, there shouldn't be any problems. Maybe a tiny little bit of clipping. Sometimes you just gotta match it with the orientation of the object, how it's programmed. Because this object, for whatever reason, is not fully 3D. Mainly is due to save space. So this is an object you would want to model for an external level design. Most level designs are like this, where you only render the front part of the 3D object. You don't render the back. So it's invisible in the back, invisible in the front. That's like a smarter way of cutting down memory in your levels. So usually objects like this or models like this you would import into the engine would be for outside levels, because outside the level looking in, no one's gonna look there unless you're the developer, right? For memory usage, you would want that sort of model because it saves memory, because we're running on memory, you understand? It also depends on the type of game you're trying to make as well. Right, if you're making something called Minecraft, where people are mining, they're going to be able to mine through that stuff, right? So be able to see the other side of the playing field, right? So at the end of the day, and then we have like some flashy thing here, and the reason why, because there's an invisible object, and it's giving you a visual representation of the object, so that's why we can just turn it on and off. Right? So if you're noticing that there's a little bug there, that's why. Knowing your editor, knowing your program is essential. Now we're gonna form the cave again. We used a bunch of piles to simulate a cave structure. And the piles that we picked render only in one, how do I say it? One area, so we have more memory to deal with again. So again, this is another pro tip for building. If you want to make more stuff in your levels, make sure you pick a model that what I'm doing, because obviously I'm only rendering off one little area and the other area is invisible. So it has lesser things to calculate, right? You also even have visibility settings like max object distance calculation or max view distance, and max shadow distance is how many objects. This is usually if you want to build a cave section. So I haven't really tested what the ranges are. I just put mine at 1,000 and max view distance at 2,000 just for now, because I don't know what that simulates in this level, because it's a first person build. It's modified, right? So it's a modified perception of what the perception actually is. These values only apply to the actual rider and the bike, which is already programmed as the initial default in this program. My defaults are a bit different because my character is much bigger than the actual default character itself. Right, so I'm using an external character. Just like with any other video game build, you're going to have your default character. Like, a lot of people think that the character is moving back and forth, but really, what are the physics aspect of it? Like, from a physics perspective and the calculation of physics, people have no fucking idea what's going on and how complex that physics actually can be in a three-dimensional world. So in this world, I'm just having a character that moves around. He doesn't jump or anything. So it's a lot easier to program, right? It's super easy. Sometimes I have like that boost ability where you boost. It just gives the character a little bit more speed when it's climbing vertical inclines, because this editor kind of sucks with the gravity stuff. So you would have that, right? Probably would. I would say this editor probably wouldn't have. Doesn't suck. I think I just didn't program the surface value with my character value. I think you can program any surface value with your character value. So you can have a gravity for here, but if gravity changes, you can customize the gravity at a local level for that gravity object instead of at a global level. So my gravity at a global level is globally working. At a local level, it's local, obviously. Global versus local. Global means global. Local means localized in one area. Right, and I'm guessing that's what it means, because that's what it means to me. The definitions of those words, what I'm using. Something that's local versus something that's global. Global gravity is anything within the desired global world of your map. And local is something that's localized only in a certain area. Right, so you're going to have localized gravity for a certain object. Colliding with that object, it's going to be a little bit better to calculate things. And then you have tools within this program to calculate that localized stuff. It's all about learning at the end of the day, really, when you're making that stuff. Yeah, I'm a fucking nerd. Sorry for my language, but you know, when you do something for so long, you start to maximize the different tools and stuff like that for the levels. People think that I'm talking out of my ass, but it's really the truth, really. So I don't want to go back and touch that script down there, because I don't want to mess anything up. I don't want to have to relearn what I did wrong, because I've already done it, because that script down there took me weeks to do, right? And it's not really an organized script. It's just an all over the place script. You can probably take what I do and completely compress the script to where it's actually better. You know what I'm saying? This has nothing to do with gravity. This is just a menu selection menu. And I think this is just the ammunition deposits and I have to calculate the limits, the ceiling and the floor type of values. So what is the less when you run out of ammo, there is something that happens. When you run to a max ammo, there's something that happens. And it's probably a lot to do, because the reason why I don't want to touch it, because it's kind of all over the place. And I probably haven't... it's better to, when you code something from scratch, or you script something from scratch, if it's kind of like your first time, it's right here, this is my first time. Well, not my first time, but a beginner's code is all over the place. A more experienced people's code is more comprised and more organized. You always want to organize your scripts, because if somebody else takes a look at it, they can easily decipher what you're trying to do instead of trying to guess what you're trying to do, right? I think this is the player's gravity, but this is the directional gravity programmed with the vertical and horizontal value of the player's stick. So this is the overall speed of the character. And this has something to do with the camera value of the character. This is all about the position locking. So this one's going to lock the vertical values, and you can also lock the horizontal values too in certain instances. If you wanted to make a player watch a certain cutscene, you can lock the horizontal values so players can only have tunnel vision. And for vertical values, you would want to lock the top and the bottom so people cannot look all the way around. So you lock at the top, you lock at the bottom. And depending on the on the game too. On Metroid Prime, since you have a gun sticking out, I don't want the gun to clip through the floor. On this one, since you have nothing, I think it's 70 up and 70 down. Usually you probably want it 90 if you want to look all the way up, right, at the sun, and if your sun's at 90 degrees. You can always play around with these values. It's just learning how to set them up is a really crucial point of the video. I think this changes, and this is, what is this for? This is for the main menu. This is to switch the X and Y values, I think. This is the inversion that you do in the value. So positive is 0.3 and negative is 0.3, and that's usually a moderate directional and horizontal and horizontal and vertical value. That's the speed with, and then over here I think there's like different surface walking values, animations based on the character speed and stuff like that. That's the start menu. When it comes to player gravity, I think you would have to modify the player gravity. I'm trying to find the player gravity. I think this is the global gravity here. I try to make it like a realistic gravity. I do have a jump button set up here. So there's like an invisible cube or block that follows my rider. Every time I jump, it jumps my rider. So that's a different way of doing a jump button, right? Because the reason why I did that, because the force kind of sucks in this editor. The jumping force sucks. So that's why I use that sort of an alternative, a workaround to an alternative jump, which requires a little bit of brain work, you know? And then you have the player gravity. So I do think I have those. I have it on ramps. So on ramps. And on, so I do have that, but I'm not really using it that often, because the reason why I stopped using the on gravity, local gravities, because on ramps the gravity would be different, and then you would start to like, so there is different ways of doing it with hit triggers and stuff. So on ramps the gravity is more gravity than it actually is. So I wanted to make it more realistic. So now I just have the boost parameter, which it's better than nothing, because the reason why I stopped using this, because players can fly off the ramps unrealistically, right? And maybe I could have added these things called gravity volumes, which the gravity points you downwards as soon as you exit off the ramp. But you should have like maybe more gravity pointing downwards. It's like more like a gravity following field to the player, and every time you leave the ramp, the gravity adjusts and then it disables. So you have like it's almost like just manipulating physics, if that makes sense. And I think you start at 3000, so I think this is like a velocity physics engine for the global player. So when your player jumps off an edge, right, if he jumps off an edge, gravity will gradually increase over time as you're falling. Almost like in real life, when you jump off something, you have gravity, but then gravity increases the faster velocity you fall, type of deal. So that's the gravity script there. So the gravity script is after 1 second, it goes from 3000 to 13,000 in 1 second. And then it just keeps going and going and going after that. You have that simulated gravity as well. And this is the boost option. So this is just the boost option for the stairs. So you boost to 780, go back to 380. That's the default value speed that I chose was 380, then 780. So I'm usually going by tens and stuff. Giving a little bit of groundwork on how the systems are really set up, really. It's all about trial and error. It's all personal preference at the end. It's also what the player wants, really. It's all personal preference, all of those calculations. It's all about what the developer wants to do and how the developer wants to execute each functionality. Value. But people don't want to learn that stuff. It's too boring. I'm too lazy. And that's the world we have, unfortunately. And I'm no different too. I have my own set of addictions and things that I constantly do all the time that I probably shouldn't do, and I just decide to do them anyway. So I'm all part of the problem as well. But being truthful about it is the one way to recovery, I guess, from anything, right? Am I going to stop? Or am I just going to continue? No? Am I going to change my life? Am I going to do something about my life? Or am I going to stay the same all the time? That's the question that nobody really wants to ask. Even myself. So we got some candles here. We got a candle up here. I'm gonna copy that candle. I'm tired. I am so tired. What I'm going to do this week is I'm just going to focus on this build this week, right? For something to do, right? And then I have like these videos that I've accumulated from playing this other game called Trials Fusion. I have like 12 videos. They're just sitting there on my computer that I have to edit. It's super easy to edit. I have a video editing software where I can edit those videos in 5 minutes and upscale them to 4K and everything like that. Super, super simple stuff. To do that. Okay, so when it comes to candles, we gotta do some candles here. So we already have a candle in Asia, you see right there. So this is what the developer's done in this game. It's kind of like a very lazy way to do a candle. So you go here. That's pretty lazy, you know what I'm saying? You see the candle? They probably did this to save memory. So maybe this is like a background piece. Something you see from very far away. So it's not necessarily lazy. It's more like a far away type of set piece, right? So from far away, you won't be able to tell if the candles are moving or whatever. So it's almost like a way to save memory, right? But since this candle's close by, that's not going to be the exact thing we want. So we're going to increase the size of the candle. I don't think we can change the color of this candle. I think we can. We won't be able to change the emission of the candle. The glow effect matters. It gives you a sense of depth, of course. Well, obviously, this candle won't be as good as that candle. That candle right there, you see right there, is better. And I say right there because my screen is there on you guys' screen. It's that little window right there. So this is the candle I'm going to be using. I'm going to be able to match the candle. This is too big, obviously. We're going to shrink it and make sure the candle matches the flame. Its orientation and everything. So the terrible thing about this editor is you see these that says neon, lamp light, fire, torch, flame. You can't turn these off. These are called tags. Tags for each of the objects. There's no option to turn off tags. The only option is to hide them, but that hides the effect itself. So that's another criticism I expressed in my caves build, actually, where you cannot turn off the tags. You can turn off you can hide the connectors. You can hide everything else, but there's no option to hide the tags itself. So the tags is water shower, game character, volume, smoke rising, ceiling light, like just those individual white texts. And yes, there is a way to hide it. I don't have access to the game's code, but you can there's an option to hide it. Right, and they should have made an option maybe here. And they have a quick selection menu right here, right? They could have easily added an option like show under connectors, maybe have a subcategory, or maybe even add an extra button like show connectors, hide connectors, show editor icons, hide editor icons, and maybe even hide the tags, including the icons. Maybe it's the feature has been there, but they forgot to finish it. Because remember, this game is not finished, so maybe this was supposed to hide the tags, but they don't. So that's a problem, you know? There's so many things that could have been done. Because it makes no sense. It says hide icons, no. But the icons are still visible. And then you have your track layers, which is a totally different aspect. This dividing your track layers or more for like a business. So Red Links is a studio, obviously, and they had like multiple people that have multiple different categories. So if you wanted to make a track, you would put all your sound effects in one category, all your decoration in one category, all your scripting in one category, all your textures in one category. And you would think by me hiding those textures, it hides everything, right? Yes and no. So when it comes to tags, this editor does hide the tags. So you can be able to see things better. Yes, it does hide the tags. But here's a problem. There's a major problem when it comes to decals. It also hides the decals as well. So there's no actual way just to hide the tags. It hides everything based on that category. The layer system is just another way to organize stuff, you could say. That's really all it is, really. And there's like 3 categories: visible, hidden, locked, unlocked, and physics. Right? So this concept could have been built upon and made it better. You know what I mean? And you probably don't even have to have track layers. Track layers are good, but at the same time, they're not good. You can have a basic different concept. Obviously, what I'm doing is I'm not even using the track layer. I'm putting everything in 3D space in different areas. Even in actual game design, you don't even need to do this. Right? Layers are probably only... And again... Layers are probably be good for like doing layers of decals. If you wanted to make a 3D character, but add it upon layers upon layers upon layers upon layers, right? Okay, that would have been good there as well, maybe. But I'm not sure. And now we're getting a little bit too complicated, where we're going ahead of what the editor's supposed to do. So I don't have that option, so I'm gonna have to work with what I got. And here's another problem with the editor. So we have a resize option. Have you noticed that my object, I'm going to put it away from that icon. We have a candle. We grabbed the candle. This is the default candle that we grabbed. Maybe I shrinked it, but I didn't shrink it because you can tell here. You see, I can resize the thing. It's off center. My object is off center. So this game is so unfinished that we can't even auto-center objects. So whoever made this object forgot to auto-center this thing. Because this is not even centered. Now this becomes a huge problem because now I'm trying to align this candle with this effect, which has a very awkward 3D angulation. It has like a very awkward way of doing it. Normally I would use the green axis, right, to center with the other axis, right? So you can get a more centered object. But since the object's off center, now I'm going to come into another problem. Where since the developers of this program had the audacity to center this particular object that I want to use, I'm going to now have trouble centering it with another object. Do you understand? So this is real criticism when you're making a program, is you want to have tools in place for people like me when they start using your program and actually started to be creative and make their levels or whatever. Now they're comprised of torture because now I have to try to match it, even though it's off center. So now I'm going to have a problem now. So now I'm going to have to try to readjust the size and everything, and I'm getting double tortured right now. Double tortured, meaning that my object's off center and I have to try to center an object with another object, which is an effect that has no... So I'm getting triple tortured. There is no calculation numbers to adjust my value. The object I'm using is not auto-centered. Now there are name tags obstructing my view. That's real criticism. The nicest criticism I can give. Harsh criticism, be like, this is dog shit. That's when I start getting a little bit into more crucial criticism, which is probably not nice. Right? Now, do you see the problem here? I'm being obstructed by 3 levels of torture. I'm off center. I don't know where the center point is. And I have to guess because I'm being obstructed. Do you see the problem? And if I put this into a layer system and I try to hide the individual effects, it will hide the name tag plus the effect itself. So meaning that it's pointless. The layer system was just another way of organizing your set pieces. That's all it was for. It wasn't improved upon. You see the criticism here? You see the massive criticism that I'm giving right now? Criticism that the company could have had for it to grow its foundation to make it better. But apparently nowadays that's considered hate speech. Unfortunately, that's the time we have arrived where just how it is. So now I'm guessing the orientation of my 3D object. Hopefully the scale is okay. Okay, so I have my scale. Another option is I can't select a candle. This is another criticism. I'm unable to select this candle because the object itself, that should have been a small little icon. You have this gigantic icon, which makes no sense. Inhibits me to select the other object. Do you see the problem already? But at least they provided a workaround. So if I wanted to select an object that's unselectable, I go to Object Finder. I have to go up its ass first so I can be close to the object. And then I have to find out what the object I want to. It's probably going to be candle parts. So I grab the candle parts and say X select. I grab the candle parts. Then I grab this. I multi-select it, and then I group the object. So now I'm probably going to grab all of the objects. That's good. You know, sometimes there are easier ways to do things in the editor. That's why, you know, this is their last game. I don't know why Trials Rising is their last game. That would be a horrible mistake to make that your last game. Because what you need to do is listen to my criticism right now. Like, you need to listen to it because I'm giving you game-changing criticism. Where if you don't listen to my criticism, another game will just come and take your place. A better program will come and take your place. You know? There's so many problems with this program that I'm using. It's still a good program, but do you see that the problems that I've already explained? I 5, almost 10 problems in one scenario. Where it could have been easily altercated to a different aspect. Like, these effects could have been shortened, or having the ability to scale the icons so that they don't obstruct the selection of the object that I'm selecting. But unfortunately, there is a workaround, so I'm not kind of annoyed at that, but I'm still gonna offer my criticism, obviously. Obviously, the other criticism I was explaining, there is no workaround. You actually have to be tortured. The average person would have left. You know, I'm still here because I have passion, you understand? And patience. No, but the average person would have left already. And some people even don't even like the camera. Like, the way the camera moves in this game, they don't like that. So you already lost players already there. But the camera's... because this is the cursor. This is like your mouse cursor. And I'm using the mouse cursor with my right stick. It's almost like an aerial mouse. Right? I'm using a controller to edit. Normally, you never use a controller. You use a mouse and keyboard, which is a bit problematic when you want to make stuff in Unreal. You have to have an expensive mouse with an expensive surface because you're actually creating good quality works. Of course, like right now, I don't need that. I have a cheap mouse and a cheap surface because I'm not using it to build stuff. So it's used for different types of uses, of course. And you have to lay down those criticisms, you know, because that's what makes your game better. You know? And some people don't like those criticisms. I don't know why. Maybe they just want a shitty game. So now we're copying the groups of candles within the area. There's going to be a group of candles there. It's obviously not going to be the same exact orientation as what you see in the right-hand corner here, which I'm copying based off of. It's not really copying, but what I'm basing my reference of is not going to be the exact same because these are different models and different ways of doing it. I'm going to put the candles here. And the candles here. I'm not going to decrease the size of my candles because it's already a pain in the ass to readjust. Because of the limiting stuff of this program that gives me. So now the more stuff that I put, the more icons I put in. So that's the problem with this editor. Is now I'm being bombarded by visual intercepts. You know, visual blockades. Like I'm being restricted now. So the more stuff that I put with tags, the more I can't see. Right? That's the huge crucial points. I wish you can hide the tags. If there was an option to hide the tags, this editor would be a little bit better. Chef's kiss. But there's still a lot of problems that still need to be fixed and addressed. You know? So I'm going to do this before I forget. I'm going to grab a giant decal. I'm going to change its position. I'm going to change it to vegetation and say exactly. I'm going to change the color. I'm going to make it black. This is going to be the color of the caves. So it's giving me a visual representation of what it's going to be, the cave structure. Do you see this? So that's going to be the square shaped or the rectangle shape, however shape I shape it as. Anything that touches this vicinity will change color. Our cave has switched color already. So I can change this and it will automatically start changing the color on every surface it's targeting. Right now it's targeting any surface with vegetation. So we're going to take this color and we're going to put it there. We're going to edit the tag so it's higher, so we're able to reselect it again. These, thank goodness that these things disappear, these borders. Right, now we can test our level to see if everything's been colored. And we realize that it has not. I wonder what the problem is. The problem is that these are not labeled as vegetation. Now we have to individually select them to be part of the same subcategory as what the decal being presented at. I have a problem with my jaw too. Now we fix the colorization of the pieces that are used to make the cave structure. As we move up, we won't be able to see it because we have a light visibility issue. So we're going to do as much as we can. Then we're going to grab a light source, copy it, move it up. See if I fulfilled my purpose. No, I have not. I think I have done it. Right. I have not. There's a platform here. Okay, so that's a problem with the effect itself. We moved it. I moved it. Okay, and there's a problem at the top here. I have to take this, copy it. Seeing what it's causing. Hopefully it doesn't clip through the other side. You see, there's stuff here that we forgot to change. I forgot to change. Cave structure here. Yep. We're gonna do a playtest. There's a spot there. A spot there. We can take what did we take this light up here? Use this light. Scan the area a little bit more. There's a little speck right there. I think we got all the specs. Hopefully I didn't miss anything. And that's how you fully, thoroughly test out a level. You see? Can you imagine if that type of work was done with the Trials engine? Can you imagine? I wouldn't have got death threats. I wouldn't have... People wouldn't have left. This game would have been very popular. A lot of great things would have came from it, I mean. But the fact that that didn't happen, unfortunately, that was the outcome that it came to be. So that's just how it is. So we got a nice little bridge thing here. We have like a little wall. We have a flashlight so we can see darker areas that are normally don't pop up. See, we can fill in the gap there. We have good lighting there too. It's mysterious. Yeah, we done good. Now I can give it a save. A save as. I can continue on the level. Yeah. I can probably finish the altar today. I'm gonna have to listen to some music though. Thankfully it's my own music. Bear with me. Some little techno that I made a long time ago. So we have a bunch of staircases here. Maybe the elevation's gonna be a little bit different here. I think the cave is gonna open up here. Gotta fix the ceiling too. Maybe I don't. Ceiling is auto adjusting. It's not. So this is going to be a broader cave. It's going to be a big cave. We're gonna have the thing in the middle. Nice piece of brown finish. Probably want something a little bit more rusty, right? We have, I think I have something here. Something like this. I'll use this to make the... this time. I did have a ladder before. One. We're gonna need another light. The ladder, I think we're gonna need this ladder again. Copy it. Oh, there's the fighter going on. Yeah, ran into another bug. Or if we're copying a bunch of objects in a row, objects don't copy because they're a larger scale than the other ones. I copy all the smaller ones first, then we can copy the big ones. Don't ask me why. Okay, this is going to be the ladder. We can actually save that. That's actually a pretty nice ladder. Actually a really nice ladder, actually. Let's see. I wish you would tell me that, because you can save with 20 objects per category or favorite groups. There's like prefabs. I wish you would tell me. I have to go by the bar. So I'm guessing this bar is full. That's what I'm guessing. Maybe this bar is full. I'm gonna try to save it under this bar. Let's see category 2. I'm gonna call it a ladder. Favorite saved, okay. Now I can go to category 2 and check out our ladder. It's right here. Saved object category. Now we want a bit to create that. I think we want this, and then we want maybe copy this again. Group them. X's are correct. I want to match the object with that in a way. don't think we can. More like brownish, right? Brown reddish. It's not the exact, but whatever. This one's a rust texture. This one's not a rust texture. This one's a reflective rust texture. So we're not going to get the same amount of... You can texturize it, but... That's the limitations of this program. We're going to play around with different textures that don't apply to the other texture, so you're going to have a different outcome. Like, this is nice and everything, but it's clipping through the floor. That's the problem. It's too long. Yep. $80. Maybe we're not going to be clipping. We can use the same color. That saves the color palette. Now, what we got to do here is we got to make this invisible for player accessibility standards. Because we are operating in first person. While this looks cool, it's going to obstruct the player. But this is only going to be a visual representation of the ladder. We're going to copy... We're actually probably going to copy this entire ladder, actually. But right. Probably eliminate the other ladder actually that we have in our favorites. Delete that. Save this as the new ladder. When we go back to our group categories, we have a new ladder now. Put an archway. And if we want to modify, we can just eliminate the archway. Simple, eh? Now we just gotta add the candles. This doesn't look great over here. We're gonna have to add like something here. Looks a little bit better. Some borders. We're gonna have to have a border here as well, I guess. Right? I'm just thinking that this game could have been such an incredible Trials game with all the objects that they have and with the modifications you can do to it. I don't know why the developers had to do that. Like, you just lost a great deal of... dude, because I've been playing Trials Fusion, and there's so many well-made tracks there to play on, because the physics is actually really good in that game. But this game is... it could have been something. It's just the level of detail you can do compared to... it's a little bit ridiculous, really. Since we know the bottom of the cave, we can just copy a few of these. Oh, yeah. I don't think we're gonna animate them. Maybe we are. I don't know. Dude, please. This thing pisses me off. That's the way the selecting stuff in this game. There's gonna be more candles over there. I guess we can just Put some candles across the way here. That and that. And you'll have that there. So now we gotta do the lights. Lights are gotta be a different color here, because we are in the flames. Gotta make these. Pretty dark here. Huh? What happened to my lights? Dude. Like, what happened to my lights, man? What happened to my candles? All my candles are gone. Bruh. Is this fucking editor okay? What happened to my candles? They're gone? Huh? Where are they? Yo, this program is so fucking garbage, dude. Fuck this program. What happened to them? They disappeared? They vanished? This is the problem with this goddamn editor, dude. Fuck your editor. Fuck the community too, dude. For supporting that shit. Fucking hate that shit, dude. What happened to my fucking candles? Huh? It just disappeared off the face of the fucking earth? I fucking hate that fucking garbage, dude. What a garbage fucking program I'm working with here. That is really fucking annoying, to be honest. That's why I hate this fucking program. I don't even know why I fucking use it. To be tortured this bad? What happened to all the candles? What happened to my lights? Dog shit. Absolutely dog shit. And then my fucking game crashed. Fuck your stupid game, dude. This game fucking sucks, man. Fucking sucks. If it deleted... moment of truth. If it deleted my motherfucking map, I'm never using this shit program again. Moment of truth. What a garbage motherfucking program this is. It just fucking crashed on me. Trash. I can't stand shit like that. So fucking annoying, dude. Moment of truth. Moment of truth. We're gonna see what really happened. We're gonna see how unreliable this piece of shit program is. I wanna see if my workaround actually matters. It does. Thank God, I guess. I'm not sure. Well, my candles are gone. Like, what is going on? Are these candles not working properly? I'm so confused. You know what? After that, I'm gonna have to take a break. I can't. I'm not gonna redo this entire lighting and this. I can't do it, dude. The program doesn't want to work properly. I'm gonna take a massive break again. This is just unbelievable. Tell me what just happened. I want to know what just happened. What the hell just happened? What the hell did I did wrong? What happened to all the candles? They all unlit. So these fucking candles are unreliable then? Hello? Is this fucking candle... What is going on? Is it under the right category? Like, what it... Like, what is going on here? I'm not understanding this at all. Ungroup. What is going on here? What's going on? Why can I not do this? Hello? Hello? Like, there's something going on here. There's something that's going on here. Maybe this is just another bug in the editor. That's just shit that pisses me off the most. What's happening? Huh? People think that I'm fucking making this shit up, dude. People think that I'm fucking retarded or something. When shit fucking happens and it's fucking catastrophic, something catastrophic does fucking happen. This editor just broke on me and I had to restart an entire part. Thank goodness the aftersave fucking worked, but now I have to readjust these lights again because this editor is just bad. Really badly programmed. It fucking drives me insane. How can I apologize for something that just works so awfully bad? Like, my goodness, like, I had all these lights put down on the level and now they're all gone because the editor's fucking stupid. This is not even a 3D flame. Look, it's a 2D flame. Look at that. Look at this. This is like I don't even know if that's laziness or like what the hell is going on. The flame is like a 2D flat flame that looks 3D, but it's not. And it's positioned to the camera. It's orientation. Like dude, this game is just, it gets better and better each day. I just have the audacity to fucking torture myself using this program. Make what I want to make. I don't know why the hell this program doesn't work. That's really fucking annoying. That we grabbed is on default. I'm going to say blue, right? Grab this and we're gonna say glue members. We're going to glue the flame together. Grab the flame and I'll put it here. I have to auto position it again. Okay, so we grab this. Going to blue group, and we're going to Going to group the objects together. So we have a glue and a group. Maybe we can't do glues and groups together. And then we're gonna save object to object 2. We're gonna call this a candle. Candle group. Unable to save. Let's save it under object 4. Candle group again. Saved. What was our ladder again? Group 2? Group 4 is the candle stand. No, we have the candle group. Now we found another bug in this editor. We're going to see what the bug actually entails. We're gonna hit the undo button. Redo button. Undo button. Redo button. We're gonna multiply them. Right. Undo button. You see this editor? Do you see how bad it is? It deletes on itself. This editor is fucking atrocious, dude. And then the editor crashed. What an amazing fucking game. Fuck you to the developers who made this fucking program, dude. You guys are just geniuses in making the worst product imaginable. I just wanted to do the trial run to see how the integrity of this engine is, and it's horrible. If you copy groups and glues of objects in one package and you multiply them and then you use the undo button and the redo button, the game corrupts. That's, you gotta be like retard next level to release a program like that. Like, no. Something's not right upstairs with these fucking developers, dude. Take the game off the fucking storefront, dude. Just remove this game. Pull it from the store, dude. Pull it from the store. This is unacceptable. Unacceptable. I'd rather it to be pulled from the store, fix it, and then put it back. It's not fair that a player like me has to be tortured. Tortured. Literally tortured to death. Using a fucking shitty program that doesn't work. Your saving option doesn't work. And now I found another persistent bug in the editor. Like, how am I finding these things? This is just... I don't even know what's causing it. So you're telling me that I can't even use candles anymore? Like, are you joking me right now? I can't use candles? What's going on? What is going on? I'm super confused. I'm gonna do the test again. We're gonna do multiple of these candle lights. Multiple of them. We're gonna hit the undo button. Undo button. Undo button. I'm trying to break the engine now. There we go. That's an amazing editor right there. It just crashed 3 times in a row. 3 times in a row it crashed. Come on, man. It takes someone like me to test out your game? No, yeah, read before playing, because it might blow up your Xbox. It might destroy everything. This game is dangerous. It shouldn't even be on the store. I feel like this is delivering like porn viruses whoever downloads this game. It's crazy. So now I have to find another workaround. I have to find another workaround. Can you imagine finding another workaround because the editor is trash and unreliable? And people send me people had the audacity to send me death threats over this? Over persistent glitches like this? 3 times in a row I crashed? Get the fuck out of here, dude. Get the fuck out of here. That's the shit I fucking hate the most. So these objects right here are corrupted, apparently. For whatever reason. They're just corrupted objects. Maybe because I glued them and grouped them. And apparently if you glue stuff and group stuff in this game, even though it makes me want to bang my head against the wall and just keep on banging it, dude. Because that's how stupid. That's how stupid this program is. Stupid. Very, very stupid. I can't copy these objects. Let's see if I just place them. I'm going to do one more test. I'm just going to place them from my inventory. I'm not going to copy them. Because this editor is stupid. And anyone who thinks it's amazing is fucking stupid as well. They're like next level stupid. Whoever thinks that this program is amazing and it works is stupid. There is no way that you have a functioning brain. So that workaround works. Yo, this editor, dude, I almost just want to quit. I don't want to build anymore. I lost all motivation from stuff like that. Like it's stuff like that that just I don't want to use this program anymore. It just drives me insane. Remember, I have to I have to redo the cave area, not completely, but I have to do one section again. Because this fucking program sucks. Look. I'm gonna have to. I'll just finish this cave. I'll just finish this area and then I'm out of here. I'll do the rest another day. That really made me feel unwell, to be honest. That really made me feel unwell. I like building stuff in programs that are actually have an integrity of a brain. You know? The people behind this program have no brain. They have no integrity. Especially people who've been building games for years. I feel sorry for all the people who were not my friend because they decided that my opinion was full of dog shit. Yeah, well, go fuck yourself. I don't care. Really. I'm gonna stand by my opinion, and I just got illustrated before your very fucking eyes, dude. When I say something that doesn't work and it's catastrophic things happen and they happen right in front of our eyes, yeah, it doesn't work. It's shit. It's shit for a reason. I just can't stand that shit. When I build something with a program, I expect it to work properly. I shouldn't have to lose work because you don't have the fucking audacity to fucking fix the motherfucking program, dude. That to me drives me insane the most. The players shouldn't have to suffer because the developers don't know how to make a damn program when they've made it for years. There's no excuse. That is really annoying. I fucking hate that shit. I'm a nice guy in real life. But if you like start fucking grabbing a gun and shooting at my property, I'm not gonna be a nice guy anymore. I'm gonna be your worst enemy. Probably what's happening on the other side of the world. You know? The wars and stuff. Some guy always has to fuck around and find out, apparently. Someone has to always fucking spark the war. Spark something to happen. So the other guy, it's almost like pulling the lion's tail. What do you think's gonna happen? He's not gonna bite you? If you pull the lion's tail, he's gonna bite. But people are too stupid to realize that. Fucking hate that shit, dude. Fucking drives me fucking insane, dude. I want to see what's gonna happen now. Huh? What's gonna happen now? My map gonna be deleted because I fucking used my brain? Find a workaround? Because apparently I can't copy these objects. These particular objects I can't for some reason copy and paste, because they fucking break. For whatever reason, don't ask me why. Why do they break? Who fucking knows? That's a question for God himself. Is these... There's no way. There's no fucking way. That is really annoying, dude. I feel like I don't even should be doing any of this. Because I feel like it's just gonna get deleted anyway. Just using a really dog shit program. We gotta fit in the hole, of course. I'm gonna make this frictionless. Where are the lights at? I'm gonna make a backup save. Maybe this is a terrible mistake, but I'm not sure. The save station is, the save states are broken in this game. Dude, this game has the, as I said, you can count the stars in the galaxies, and you won't be able to find the amount of problems that are in this game. This game is abysmal. It's crazy, actually. Abysmal. It's stupendous. Gonna hit the undo button. Good thing I found a workaround. We gotta patch up the ceiling again. The map got deleted. I'll finish the altar a different time. This is kind of annoying. This is supposed to be like relaxing. Very relaxing to do, that's the reason why I do it. And then it's becoming quite obnoxious. That's the thing that I hate the most. Can you imagine doing something that you love that turns into a nightmare? Because the people who programmed this editor or whatever didn't decide to flush out all the bugs. I'm talking even some serious bugs, like save states not working. Crucial elements of a program, crucial. Crazy to me. Light count has already reached the limit. We just started. Like, are you serious? Like, we just started. These are not smooth. For a cave, it's fine. I need something that's smoother than this. Yeah, I can use one of these, maybe. These can be good. And it's black as well. Got the texture down there. We can't see that well. so we have that, we have that, we have a coffin in the middle. Just gonna make the coffin. Oh, the coffin's just comprised of a few pieces. Oh, bugs this program has. Going to become a little bit unreliable. What's that point? Copy that. Problem is, copy this just in case. trying to find a statue. This ain't good. Another save. Really nice. We have 15 lights. 15. We had 100 in the other map. I'm so confused right now. 100 maps, 100 lights, and now we're running into problems with only 15. What is going on with this program, dude? It seems to amaze me every time. Imagine having 100 lights in the previous program and I had 0. I was starting to get issues. In this one we have 15. And it's saying, oh, we can't handle 15 lights. What happened to the 100 lights? Tell me. What happened to those 100 lights? They just work? I mean, they were the same lights. Actually, they're even more. There were dynamic lights, which they cast shadows. So they're actually even more memory. I'm trying to understand this game. Just trying to understand the human psychology. Like, there's no way. Trying to understand why we fight and we can't continues to fight. It's unbelievable. Actually, it's impossible, to be honest. It takes centuries to figure out. Fortunately, the creators of the game didn't decide to test their product before releasing it. They just released it. Oh geez, I wonder why there's so many problems. Maybe because we never tested it. See the back alley? Can we see the back, please? Cannot see the back. I don't know what the back looks like because the camera is so bad that I can't see where the back is. It's like climbing up this ladder. There's a gate, so we're gonna put a gate here. This is gonna make the cavern all the way in the back. Interesting. Just ran into a problem. Very, very interesting. Actually, it's not interesting. I'm not surprised. Being surprised with this engine is an understatement. Shouldn't be surprised at all. This gorge or cavern is pretty deep down. Not a big fan of these nipples that are sticking out here. If I didn't oversave these files, The map, I would have lost my map because of a bug like that. Just one little bug like that. I would have lost everything. Quite amazing how you could lose entire build like that. Not even your damn fault. Pretty amazing, actually. It's really hard to tell what's going on here. Here's Problem with this, these caves are too... the whole purpose of a straight cave? Where's the light now? You also gotta have guardrails. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's easy. Need to have a ceiling. And this could have been used for the other door, actually. The smoke's so bad in this game. I'm not gonna use that smoke here. I'll figure out another smoke thing. Dude, what? What is wrong? I've never seen it do that before. Yeah, that's not good. This game, dude, with its... And that is bad. I think the game crashing did something. I don't know what it did. This game, dude. This game has one of the worst glitches possible. The smoke didn't do that before. That is completely different. We have to delete it. Always something with this game. There's nothing. I lost my effect. It would be nice to have an atmosphere like that on the bottom. Going on. See this? It's an arm and a leg sometimes. Whatever. We're not gonna fit in. Oh, what? We have no collision on this? Hello? No, we don't. Why? What? Oh. We have collision on any of these? Stuck. I knew that was gonna happen. Nice. I think the reason why there's too many light indicators is because the fire torches. That's why. It's not counting the fire torches as lights. Each individual fire is a light. That's why it's giving me an error message. Another problem with the game. I'm just suspecting because these are... What the hell's going on? Why can I not climb? So technically you don't need to climb back up these stairs. Right? Choice if you want to climb up these stairs. It's a little bit rough though. But the boost ability that I've provided lets you climb the stairs with ease. But no one's gonna read that. In this community, of course. They're gonna be like, the stairs don't work, I guess it's a bad map. They're gonna just get stuck here forever. When they're not knowing that you can just boost. Crazy to me. It's like creating an option to climb the stairs easier and then people not be able to read it. It's crazy to me. I think that's gonna be it for me today. Tomorrow I'll finish the rest of the cave section. That actually kind of annoyed me a little bit. The game crashing and everything like that. That actually got me irritated a lot. The fact that I still stuck with it and found a workaround is nice, because I wouldn't have made it this far. So tomorrow I will do the actual altar section, which is the last area, this area right here. And I'll put the candles, lights everywhere, and illuminate this room like an actual cave chamber. Our way I'll do it. And go from there. And then obviously go back to the original save file where I can get the cave. And then add the cave to that cave entrance. Continue from the cave entrance from there. It's probably going to be like So then it goes like this, it curls around, and there's like a tunnel here, and it keeps going. So this wrap around. Gonna be a ladder here, and an entrance, a little hallway here, and then a ladder here. And if I have enough space, I'll do the mansion. And the ladder will climb all the way to the mansion. Mansion will be up here somewhere. I want to see if my candle's still up there. The light is there. Is the candle there still? It is still there. Candle's still there. That's the same candle. Okay, so I can place one candle. If I take this candle and copy it 2 or 3 times, the game for some reason says no, that's not right, which doesn't make any sense to me. So that's a bug. That's unfortunate that we have a bug like that in the editor. But that's just one of many. One of many. Such a beautiful looking map. I didn't bother to animate the candles because reasons the editor likes to give me. I'm just gonna leave them still. They're fine as it is. I probably shouldn't play the game, but I'm gonna play the game anyways as an after session. You know, the game has the audacity to screw with my brain like that. I'm gonna see what's up. Said I wouldn't do this, but I'm gonna do it. I only have exceptions to when the editor breaks. I'm gonna have to play some community maps. I have to load it again because the thumbnails don't load. It's another workaround, maybe, if it works. The load, see, you know, since I went back to the main menu, all the thumbnails will load. Maybe, I'm not sure though. Weather was bugged. Hey, the weather was bugged. Isn't that amazing? Weather was bugged. Time's probably a bit off, maybe because the editor's broken. Like, it just shows. Even with when people make it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it shows. 100% it shows. It's such a great editor, but the amount of problems it has is unbelievable. And yes, there is a weather bug. If you start my Resident Evil maps in the beginning, the weather changes. If I make a weather pattern on Xbox, on PlayStation it's broken. So there's some sort of like cross-compatibility issue, and an even worse, there's just a game per game issue. Just because it works for me, it won't work well for you. It's just these technical issues, And there's so many. Like I just experienced a technical issue this session where my map crashed 3 times in a row. 3 times in a row because candles. I wasn't able to copy and paste the candles. I had to individually. I had to create a set piece, save it to my favorites, and then individually take out the same candle over and over again. So I was wondering in my mind, maybe it's a redo and undo button issue, but no, it's not. It's this game has so many problems that it's abysmal that this game was even released. Abysmal. And it's not really a weather bug. It's just a... How do I say it? There is a something called an area condition where it's a hitbox, and that usually bugs. This is a great map, by the way. I think it's a great map, but the problem is the gameplay of this game is so horrible. Like, I love playing a game called Trials Fusion, but when you come to this game, the physics of this bike are so drastically different that it feels like you have to learn how to play a different game again. It's crazy. Like, everything just feels so weird and off. It feels like, what am I playing? And then there's a lag spike right there. I don't know if you guys seen that. I mean, it looks like a good map, but even me, I make a map in this editor, but I'm making a first-person map, so there's no change in gameplay because you're using a custom character. If I play one game to the next, it's abysmal because I'm used to one game, and I have to play this game in order to check out people's creations. It really and when I go back to Trials Fusion, I have to relearn Trials Fusion again. So that my throttle's like off. Like if I'm climbing straight vertical, you shouldn't be climbing vertical inclines. First of all. But here we are. That's the game that's comprised. Just, this feels so magnetic. I don't know how you can get used to it. Yeah, it's really bad. The bike is very, very magnetic. That caught me off guard because of the sun. I feel like I was gonna hit that cliff. Sometimes I don't know. I got a lag spike there. Yeah, the other game that I play has no performance drops. In this game, I'm playing on the Xbox Series X, and I'm getting performance drops. Yeah, it's just like every time I'm playing, every few minutes, there's like a sudden like a jolt. It's almost like a freeze or something. And you notice this because when you play games that has 0 of those issues, I'm guessing people who love this game just play bad games that just lag all the time. Maybe that's why they can't sense the problems with the game. It's really kind of annoying. A person who plays good games can feel the lag. A person that doesn't probably won't be able to tell. It's just crazy to me how people can't see the notion that the game suffers from severe problems. Like, why isn't there sound effects on this map? My sound effects are on, right? I was making a map, right? Yeah. Sound effects are 100%, rider is gone, bike is gone, UI is on, master is on, music is not. So I'm guessing some people just don't want to make why are the effects so big? Why are there rain droplets in the air? Yeah, there's rain droplets in the air. Yeah, this map was very lazily put together with the effects. Yeah, the effects are all in the air. You see this? Like the water droplets are... But I mean, maybe the sound effects work wherever he was making the map, and now since I'm playing on Xbox, they don't work. I mean, the city background, everything's great, it's just the effects are in the air. And they're like colored blue. Last time I checked, rain wasn't blue, it was like a transparent of whatever color that's reflective off. Like you could make it like a... Make the raindrops like white, but whitish black, so they look more realistic. But I guess he's colorblind. I shouldn't ask, I guess. Or maybe it's just a problem with the program. I'm not sure. It's really, really hard to judge a map and give criticism when the game runs like shit, you know? It's really, really, really hard to judge somebody's creation. Right? Because this problem could be a problem on my end. Right? It's not even a problem on my end, it's just the game sucks so bad that it will work well for others and others it doesn't. So, and then even the colors of the smoke, I'm guessing that's supposed to be emissions or something like that, I'm not sure, but I've never seen them like green before. You know what I mean? Like, I'll double check when I rewatch the stream. I doubt that my settings on my monitor is off, the color saturation settings. Because to hear fire looks like fire, you know what I mean? So I don't know, that's probably just another problem with the game. Because I've never seen colors that off before. You know, like the colors are all completely off. It's actually kind of crazy to me. It's this editor, dude. This editor is abysmal when it comes to problems. Like, it's crazy, actually. I'm guessing this is gonna break. Oh, this camera angle, dude, you're gonna kill me now with this camera angle. Yeah, there you go. Camera angle got me. Yeah, and then that's obviously harder because you can't see what you're doing half the time. You got a camera block and a tunnel. Got an awkward camera angle. And then you got a tunnel. Those are two obstacles that are crucially destroy people's ability in trials. Horrible. I mean, I'm the king of camera angles, but some people like to think that they're better than me, so they'll do something much worse. So, playing this game casually, or just using this editor just to screw around, yeah, it's no big deal, it's fine. You know what I mean? But when you're actually take consideration and making something that actually looks and plays good, that's when it becomes a problem. This is when you're gonna run into a lot of issues. No, I'm actually proud of my map. I'm actually very proud of my map. You know, knowing how good it looks, because I'm taking the time to make it look good. And then other people say it's shit because they can't perform as good as me. That's the most infuriating part. It's like they like tracks like this that are just like, how do I say it? Trial and error type of stuff. That are like mid maps. You know? That's the thing that just drives me insane. Like, the background's really good on this track, but certain people are gonna say the background's shit. What the hell was that lag spike? Almost like broke my game. Rough road ahead. Mean trials rising. Being a lag spike mess. I can relate to that. There's a camera block on that tree. No big deal though. You got blinded by the sun. Oh, camera angle almost killed me. I'm just gonna try tracks that appear appealing to me. Everything that is here looks. I mean, this happy hills track looks appealing to me. I have to use the most magnetic bike in the game. This game you can climb upside down, if you're unaware. You can literally climb upside down with this bike and be totally fine. I'm flying now? I'm guessing I'm gonna fly? No? Okay. We have custom-made checkpoints. There's a moose. Jump over a tree. We got a lag spike. Very nice. Killed myself. That's the end. I think that's going to be like one of the better tracks I played. So I think everyone should like follow this example. This is like where you should start when it comes to making a map. Was that a cockroach? If your hands feel better. You jack off too much? No, I'm joking. That's probably a terrible thing to say. So yeah, I don't think I could ever try any of these. These will completely screw me up because I stopped playing this game. I refuse to play this sort of thing. But I will try this one to see how it's like. Just because this is the same track that I played Except it's not raining, it's in the sun. I want to see if there was some of the problems that I was experiencing. This track looks like a good track. Now we're in the sunset, it looks like. Rough road ahead. Got a lag spike. Oh boy, it is a rough road ahead, isn't it? But this bike weighs like an elephant. It's so awkward to play. What am I supposed to do now? You always gotta be careful with obstructing the camera in this game. Oh my goodness, you can't go inside there. Yeah, like this pole right here is kind of bad because it obstructs the camera. Right here, you can't tell if you can go inside or not. There's a double checkpoint here? No. This game is so magnetic. Can I touch this? No, I cannot touch that. I can jump down here, right? Got a lag spike there. This is why I love playing this other game called Trials Fusion, because I don't have to worry about lag spike destroying my gameplay. There's a lot of stuff obstructing my camera here. Like a lot of stuff in the background. You see all those poles? Yeah, that's not very good, but still a good track. Maybe like put the camera a little bit forward. On my latest ninjas, I didn't even do anything to obstruct the camera. I didn't put anything in the camera at all. Anything in the camera obstructing is not very good at all. No way. I was gonna give this track a try and then I'm gonna end the stream. That one part kind of annoyed us. The candle bug. I'm gonna call it the candle bug. I've never experienced that candle bug in my life. That's a new one. Have to relearn how to play. This is an easier track, and I can handle this. There's Z Fighter on that wall there. Up there. See how there's like Z Fighter? That's not very good. Ready? What do I do here? This is a button. The button doesn't turn red. Very nice. That's quality right there. Oh. The wall, dude, is the wall like, is this? I'm guessing it's supposed to be like that, right? The walls don't connect all the way. Yeah, maybe that's supposed to be like that. Or maybe it's not. I don't know if this map was not lazily put together. I hope it was, but I'm not sure. There's a custom bomb here. This looks like some C4. I'm hoping that was done like that on purpose. Yeah, it looks like it was. This bike is so heavy, dude. Elephant bike. I mean, it looks like a cool track. That's why I'm playing it. Oh, there's something above. You can overhang this. But why do you need to... I got a lag spike there. Why do you need to do that? Like, why is there an extra path there? It is a very easy overhang too. Interesting. We were trying this last time. I think did I get annoyed playing this or no? Oh, this one was a shopping cart, right? I didn't play it because it was a shopping cart track. And this track looks cool, but not a big fan. I wanted to try this, didn't I? Wanted to try this one. This is the last one I want to try. This one actually looks really good. It's uphill, so it should be fine. We have magnetic tires. Well, not this part at least. It even labels the amount of checkpoints that are left. Those lights right there. I'm interested that Trials Fusion doesn't have a progress bar. The fact that I don't play this game anymore, this will be too hard for me. I'm too used to Trials Fusion. I don't think I could do this anymore. Yeah. I'll just have to be relearning this game again. Yeah, no thank you. I'm too used to Trials Fusion. I don't want to relearn Trials Rising again. I would just watch a replay. Oh, so many folds. I guess we'll watch this. Yep. Haunted Army still plays this trash game. Damn. Isn't this that French player? He changed his name. Like on Trials Fusion, this probably could have been an amazing track to play. Not here. I refuse. I promised myself I wouldn't play this game seriously anymore. On Trials Fusion, I would have loved to try something like this, though. Seems like Trials for you when the fender doesn't work. A lot of these players kind of put up with it. Well, I mean, a lot of these players don't build. That's not very good when it rejects your fender like that. Yeah, that's not very good at all. I'm guessing he's not used to the bike as well. I just refuse to play this game. I refuse to put time and hours to learning something. Be so badly optimized. I just refuse, you know. I already got diamond black belt. And that was the last thing that I wanted to do, and then that's it. I'm moving on. You know, I'm moving on something that has a little bit more integrity. And there's a lot of people who don't even want to do black belt diamonds, so it just tells you a lot. And they love this game. Just do that. You love this game. I don't know how he did not fall there. He did such a bad transition. These pipes are not good as well. I'm tired when people put these pipes in. They're like so inconsistent. Not a big fan. This is fine though. Like, this is super easy to do in Trials Rising. Yeah, in Trials Fusion that would actually be a little bit harder. And it will take way more skill. There's no way you can... What was he trying to do there? I'm thinking that he's too used to Trials Fusion. There is no way. I feel like... I would say stationaring is so much harder in Trials Rising, because the bike is so heavy. In Trials Fusion, it's so easy to do these stationary jumps. I would say they're more like a high-level ninja technique to learn how to do this. Right? But once you learn how to do it, it's pretty easy. But I would say in this game, it's harder to do that. I don't even know what level difficulty that actually was. Maybe that was a level 4. Thinking that I had stationaries is probably a level 4 or level 5, I'm not sure. So that was already a hard track to begin with. Or maybe it's a level 3. I don't know. I don't play this game anymore. I have no idea. I used to play it though. I just use the editor to make my stuff in this game now. Yeah, I deleted my progress too in this game. I used to have a bunch of diamond medals and then I just deleted everything. So at least I'm proud about these diamonds though. And that's the last thing I did was black belt. There are people who cheated doing this map. There are people in the bottom of the leaderboard. I don't know who it was. People that cheated down here. I don't know who it was, but there are people who cheated their times on this map. I don't know why. Like, we get it. The game sucks, but I will never understand cheaters. Is there a way to scroll faster? Knowing this game, there's probably no way. The last place is King of Crime. Okay, so all these people here that beat the track never just passed it once. I think these people, even this guy, should go for diamond. I feel like he is way better than me, and he can definitely go for diamond and beat my time. There we go. There was Chevy Bruce Lee in first place. Yeah, so when it comes to Canadians, only 11 people beat this. Right. I got the diamond medal. The reason why I got the diamond medal, because I got to 49 faults during one of my attempts, just trying to pass the track, right? And so I was like, my rounds should just go for diamond. It's a very consistent track overall, even though the game sucks, right? Super easy track. Black belt is not too hard at all. Once you learn black belt, it's super easy. It's like a really easy track. You know, the only problem is getting used to the bike physics and the lag spikes. That's usually the problem with it. If the game literally had zero problems, there would be a lot more people with zeros here. You know? Just way more people with zeros. Way more people. And just way more passes in general. It's not the skill level that's deterring people from beating this track. It's how bad the game's integrity is. It's just horrible. You know? Green belt is one of those tracks where the difficulty is like a jump from orange belt, right? Orange, and then you have green. And in orange, you have to use like this really bouncy bike that's really nice. But then you're forced to use the elephant bike, so that's like a massive difficulty spike, right? And then the track is not very well made too. It has like these very inconsistent checkpoints, and then blue belt is not bad too. It has a few inconsistent parts. Black belt, I would say, is the most consistent out of all the elephant tracks. Curse of the Demon's actually not too bad, actually. I think Curse of the Demon is the second hardest track in the game, I would say. That track's actually made pretty well. Rise of the Dragon, I would say, is the third hardest, because you're forced to use the elephant bike. Okay, because white, yellow, and orange, you can use the BMX bike, which is a super bouncy bike. It's like a bicycle. But then Rise, Curse, Green, Blue, and Black, you're forced to use the elephant bike, which is the heaviest bike in existence of mankind. It's a magnetic tires bike with elephant legs, with a trunk and everything. It's actually pretty crazy. But that's going to be it for me. That is it for me on this one. About 6 hours and 30 minutes. I had to cut it short because the game kind of almost screwed me up there. Oh, that's just how it is. Turbular. Tamale. Okay. That's it though. But I mean, this game could have been an amazing game if they brought back the bike from Trials Fusion and just bring back all the bikes. You know what I mean? Like, what's the point of like leaving them out? Just if they brought back all the bikes from all the original games, this game would be lit. And then they fixed the performance issue and all the bugs, it would be probably a 9 out of 10 masterpiece of a game. Not everyone would like it though, but it would be good. The fact that it's not like that is completely crazy. Completely crazy. Yeah, but only people. But it's just kind of annoying. My condom fell off. Well, that's going to be it for my build stream. I'm probably going to continue this build stream maybe tonight or tomorrow, who knows. I'm going to finish the altar. And I'm going to finish the cave section. And then I'm going to do parts of the mansion that I've missed in the previous builds. And who knows, it's just do it until I run out of room, I guess. And then I'm going to take a break from Resident Evil, and I'm going to do Metroid Prime, finish that build out, and that's going to be the last build for this channel. I'm going to finish everything out on my Twitch when it comes to Trials. I'm going to finish the Super Mario build, the Zelda build, which I've done already, and then finish up a few more Metroid builds, because I've built code for it that I want to utilize, because it will just be a waste. And Trials Rising does have a pretty badass editor when it works. We have to add those in quotations. When it works, of course. I don't know what else to say. See you on the next build stream. You got annoyed? That's great. I'm glad. If you liked it, that's great. If you didn't like it, well, why not? Am I not supposed to be angry when something breaks? When something that's supposed to be built correctly that is not functional? I think that's just a human reaction that we all do. When something doesn't work properly, we get pissed off. That's usually how it goes. Especially when it involves we building something. When it doesn't go our way, we just get annoyed. That's just who we are as human beings. I don't know what else to say. The laters. Zero viewer special. I'm not sure, actually.